And we are in. Hello everybody, this is Cyrect on the mic, and we will be having an all-star duel between Vancouver versus the rest of Greater Vancouver, I suppose. And so we're hopping into Champion Select, because, yeah. And so we got these bans going off. I don't know the scene too well, honestly. So these bans, I can't really say much about them. And yeah, so we have Scion, the first ban. I wonder who on their side and their white Rhine would play so much Scion that would have to be banned away. He must be some sort of pro, I don't know, Glacial Augment inting Scion, or is it just 80 Scion? So on the other side, though, we have a bit more of the typical bans. We got the Vladimir, the 200-year champion, and it's probably going to be followed by another character that a lot of people don't like, for a good reason. They're very frustrating, to say the least. And so, the Lulu getting banned away. Ooh. Maybe they're a bunch of Bruiser players. Maybe they're not a fan of Scion because, you know, he kind of just stonewalls the lane. You can't win that way. And, you know, Lulu with a 2-second polymorph kind of destroys anyone who tries to play the game in his melee. And then we have the Shyvana band away as well. Let's see what they are going to pick first. It will be the Zac that is locked in for the first one, and we're going to be immediately countered by a very meta character, potentially. Or not. Will it actually be the Callista? Or will it be... he's just circling through everyone now. He's giving everyone a chance to shine in the Champion Select. It will be the Misfortune. Very meta pick right there. I mean... not too many surprises, I would say. Even if Zac is not particularly the most played meta character, he is definitely a very good engaged tank. And over time, we've been having more of these scaling junglers become more prominent. So to see Zac wouldn't be very surprising when you consider that. We have the Set also locked in, who again can scale as a jungler, but it can also go to the side lanes. It really depends on the matchups and whether or not they get a good one going for them. And since they already know who the opposing AD carry is, they opt to just pick away one as is, just for a bit of safety, you know. You don't get immediately counterpicked that way. And Ezreal could definitely survive against Misfortune in the early game. He's not a good early game champion, I would not say that at all, but he can stay out of Misfortune's range pretty serviceably so he can scale. And so it's up to Misfortune to play with his opposing, or with his support, to find other plays around the map, or just to simply continue pressure and make their lane basically ungankable and, you know, take all the tower plates, take the dragon, and when you have all of that, I mean, the game is basically over. Even with all the top buffs, bot lane's still kind of a huge role to play around. And so we're going for second phase of ban. Once again, Echo can also be flexed in the jungle or mid lane, or you can even play him top lane if you opt for a tankier build. So we still don't 100% know what this set and what this Echo are going to be at. And as for bans, we're getting rid of some more tanks, and which is kind of interesting to think about because, I mean, you have a Set and an Echo. Both characters pretty good at taking down tanks, in my opinion, especially Set. You know, you can just suplex the opposing tank and one-shot the AD carry. And the Shen locked away as well. So yeah, even more tanks are going to be booted off for this game. And for the final ban, let's see. Could it be another support? Because they are getting rid of a lot of those. Yeah, I called it. It's another support. I'm assuming those are target bans. Maybe the support on the side of the other region. Maybe they have a really good support player. So it would not surprise me in that case. And so it's going to be the Riven that is locked in instead. You know, Riven can find tanks a little bit annoying to deal with. It's not really bad, but it could be annoying. So perhaps he wanted to play the Riven this entire time, and he just wanted to make sure he has a less annoying time to face. And, I mean, it gives him more opportunities to potentially win the laning phase. And it'll be the Camille instead. This is kind of a interesting matchup. I would say that Camille definitely has the favor in the early games, or in the early levels. But once it starts hitting 6, it's pretty skill-based. I mean, both people kind of have ways to outplay each other. And so it'll just be a Yuumi locked in, which means it's a Pyke mid. Pyke mid's always been kind of coming back in popularity, even with the E nerfs from like a year ago-ish. Honestly, this is epic. True. And it's going to be the Janna support instead. So we can definitely see that this is a very enchanter-heavy player on the side of the rest, as they banned 3 enchanters and then they locked in another enchanter. Ooh, man. And so as for team comps, this is going to be kind of interesting. Obviously, you could say that it's pretty AD heavy on the side of Vancouver. But on the other hand, I mean, you have some magic damage from Nezreal, you have some magic damage from Zac, some from Yuumi, and they don't really have that much armor stacking on the side of the rest. So, not really the worst thing in the world to have more AD there. And on the other side, I mean, there's a lot of synergy on the opposing team because both the top and mid lane, they need time to scale. And Set, he can early game gank, but it's not his best thing ever. Well, Zac is obviously going to be looking for a bit more early game aggro. And so we're probably going to be seeing a bit of a slower paced game on the side of the rest, while once everyone hits level 6 on Vancouver, they are game on. That's how I can really say it. Anyways, I'm going to start hitting into an intermission now, so I'll see you guys on the other side. Alright, so we should be loading in soon. And yeah, I'm assuming there must have been some sort of issue because, I mean, I'm still loading in after a 5-minute delay. Perhaps they're on pause, someone DC'd maybe, I don't know. Oh wait, you can't even see, hold up. Why can't... Why isn't it showing? Okay, we should be good now. Hold up, there's this first screen for a second, just give me a second. Alright, we are in now. We're heading into Summoner's Rift. I had a bit of an issue with everything, but so far now things are back to normal. And we saw a bit of action that was going on for a few seconds, but everyone's gonna just back off, call it a day, you know. Both teams, they have some pretty strong mid to late game, I would say. I mean, Camille obviously really likes scaling. Riven definitely gets strong once she starts getting those cooldown reductions down on her abilities. Misfortune, definitely not weak at any stage of the game. Ezreal loves scaling, especially when he's brought Conqueror with him. Pyke, you know, he can still pop off in a team fight, even if he does sort of fall off in the late game. And it's a melee v melee matchup. I'm not so sure how this mid lane matchup would go, but I can see it going in the favor of Sloppy Joe for a bit. I mean, he's got that superior AD and everything, but yeah. On the other hand, at top lane, we have Price kind of letting Riven do his thing. Not feeling too confident walking up yet. Either way, it's gonna... I think what's really gonna dictate this early game, though, is definitely the junglers. I don't see too many action that could easily happen. I mean, we have two, you know... we don't have any engaged supports. We all have enchanters here, so... until they get some levels, they can't really, you know, start too many fights. And in the top lane, I mean, like I said, both of them, they kind of want to get their levels first. And Camille definitely can bully off Riven with passive and Q. But, you know, that doesn't seem to be happening right now. As we can see in the top lane. He has a slow push going on, potentially, which means that might be a gank-friendly lane for the side of Vancouver, while he is considering going to the mid lane, but they weren't really able to do much. Oh, that actually hit him. Sloppy Joe getting himself a nice trade, but here comes Fear Nobody. He's going to try chasing him down, but an early flash from Sloppy Joe is going to take him out. Sloppy Joe is trying to go for a bait here on the side with Steven, but that early damage from the set is going to push this play away. They are thinking about going back in. Once those cooldowns from Sloppy Joe come back online, the hook, is it going to land? No, a good dodge from Fear Nobody. But we got some chickens that are going to go right against ya. Look at that. I suppose that when the chickens do attack you when you attack them, it would make sense that they're actually a decoy for the opposing team. And Steven using his ally Wraiths to get himself a first blood, and that does mean that there's going to be some nice agency for him to potentially make a play top lane, especially since we saw Riven up there for a bit, but looks like that's not going to happen. He's just going to take that Rift Scuttle. And so, like I was talking about in the bot lane, not much action is going to happen. At least not until Dragon spawns, for sure. Which I can see that... oh, no, not that. Objective timers, there we go. It's going to be an Infernal, that's going to be first Drake. This would be a very, very nice Infernal Soul game for either side. I mean, Ezreal loves Infernal Soul. Camille can just destroy people. I mean, Pyke has a ton of AoE damage, so the fact that it's going to be a first Drake Infernal means that we won't have any shenanigans where one Ezreal Q takes your entire health bar. Though, you know, Rakondo Forever, he got himself a nice bounce with that Q, but not much to be gained off of it when you have a heal bot that is Yumi. And Sloppy Joe, he is getting some good agency in this lane, but here comes Shiranobi yet again, trying to look for another gank, but, you know, he might actually find a way out of this. I mean, he is Pyke, and he's gonna find himself between two towers, but he's a speedy boy, so it's gonna be up to Riven to try catching it. On the other side of the map, we have Internal Blast trying to enable his team to get something. Rakondo Forever will be slowed, but I think he's might just walk out of this one fine. Are they opting for the dive? No, they will not. And so, only some good damage is going to be made out of that, while Slappy Joe is going to take a little kiss to the face by Emperor. And so, not the most action-heavy game so far. People have been fighting, but they haven't really been leading to too much, which kind of reinforces my point in which both of these teams kind of want to just scale before they do anything. I mean, top lane is pretty even. The Camille early game that I was talking about could have been executed better, but it's still pretty even at this point of the game, so it's not the worst thing in the world. And so, a huge wave is going to be crashing on the side up top, but it seems like they're not really going to gain anything off of it. It's just going to be Sarah backing back to base. I mean, he has probably quite a lot of gold that he's sitting on. See what he opts to buy. Well, Tiamat is completed on the side of Slappy Joe, so it is his turn to now start making even more plays than he's already been. Thanks to the fact that he can just clear those waves instantly. It's going to be hard for Emperor to really do much to contest that when he loses the 1v1 until he starts getting some items. And so yeah, the fate of this early game for Vancouver is going to now start being on the side of Slappy Joe. Well, on the other hand, it looks like the play they are thinking of is for that blue buff. You can see Stevens starting to path towards there, and we might be able to get some action going on, and here they come. And fear nobody, that is a very, very easy kill. Stevens gets the blue, and Slappy will get that finishing blow, and he's going to look for yet another reset. Is this going to be the Pike Snowball? Does he have that ult reset? Yes, he still does. He might lose his life, but the clutch heal from Ezreal will save him. Man, Ezreal definitely being the fam right there, keeping his teammate alive.
Now you're ready to fight.
And a really great play from Slappy Joe, getting himself 2. But he might have just overstayed his welcome, and Emperor, he was able to clear that wave mid and rotate in time, so bit agreed to get that, and 2 for 2 is the overall play there, so a blunder there on the side of Vancouver. Well, we might see an all-in potentially from the top lane. I mean, both of these guys have kind of reached the point where they can start hurting each other, even with the early Ninja Tabi buy from Camille.
Red team has slain the
Oh shoot,
dragon.
my game is freezing a lot. It should get a little bit better with time, but yeah, that's gonna be not very pleasant. And here is the play on the other side of the map now. Slappy Joe doing exactly what I was talking about. Once he got that Tiamat, it's time to actually play the game and start winning. 2,000 gold already is the lead, and while Riven has not fully scaled quite yet, I mean, so has Camille, so he's going to kind of be equalized in that regard. Well, Slappy Joe, I mean, he can just auto him to death if he wants, but he ends up taking kind of an unfavorable trade. The minions were not quite in his advantage, and Slappy, he's just going to heal back to full. I mean, he's, you know, he's that character. Oh, gonna miss the execute, but he's still going to find himself the kill. And fear nobody, bites off more than he can chew, and just gets autoed once after the suplex. Well, on the other side of the map, because direct-to-camera is bad, we got another fight. But Price and Seraph, like I was talking about, no Camille ult, no ultimatum to speak of, though. because they were already fighting off camera. And so, yeah, yet again, another advantage for this side of Vancouver. And they're looking for that Herald too, so this is going to be even better for them. I do kind of like what they were thinking of doing earlier. I mean, Echo has the Chrono Shift, which means he can definitely use it in time of the Pike execute. But it was a really nice cue on the side of Steven, the Zac, to disrupt any of that chance of happening. But, you know, he kind of just missed the execute, so it didn't matter. And so, yeah. And Price, I mean, he's actually having some issues in this lane now. Riven definitely having the advantage so far in this lane, I would say. CS might be slightly in the favor of Camille, but it's kind of expecting him to be a little bit ahead in the early games. And so we got an engage from Fam, while Slappy, that's just going to be a free kill. Yeah, there's no way you're going to dodge a point-blank hook unless this guy is bad, which he clearly is not, because he is solo winning this game for his team so far. And I was talking about how the opposing draft needed time to scale, which is going to be hard when you're this behind, especially since Misfortune is... He did finish his Essence Reaver, which is going to be nice. At the same time, I mean, Echo might have a lot of kills, but we got a really behind Set, and granted, it is a Set jungle who is going to be, with that Cinderhole, looking for potentially a bit more of a frontline role rather than being the play enabler, but still, 2 levels behind still means like a huge smite difference for these objectives once they start playing around them. And we have arguably the strongest individual Drake coming up next, which is the Cloud. Probably the only single Drake that actually makes a significant difference besides Ocean. And so, Slappy Joe, he might be a level behind, but like I was talking about, he's got himself a bunch of kills on his back. He's sitting on some gold right now, so even if the item difference might not be very big with the Echo, it's definitely a great time for him to start making some plays. That said though, I mean, Protobelt is a very interesting item, so he could still 1v1 the Pikes somehow. And so Fear Nobody, he is starting to going in. That Haymaker is still doing lovely damage, even with all those nerfs, even with being level 7. Rakonda, you're not going to survive that ultimate either, so as much as Fear Nobody tried to do something to bring his team back in the game, it just gets immediately stuffed out by Vancouver. This is just looking like a stomp. Stevens has his passive. I mean, he can go in if he wants to, and yeah, you're just dead. Already a 6,000 gold lead. And there isn't really that big of a scaling advantage, if any, on the side of... Oh, hold up, we got an all-in from Seraph. He has to make some sort of play, but a good flash from the Sword Swipe will keep him alive. But on the other hand, we got... Oh, just barely not going to get that off, and so Price is able to win that one, and it was almost nicely played by Sero, but he couldn't quite do it, while Bam is just going to have no chance of dying that one. Or no chance of living that one. And so we're going to start heading back to everyone just kind of backing off, getting their items, farming up a little bit more again. But it's going to be hard for the rest to make it back in. I hate calling it that, dude. Just no rest. But yeah, I mean, let's see. Nice little dodge from Emperor on the side, but Slappy Joe, I mean, he's playing Pike. He can kind of just do that. The Chrono Shift is going to keep him out, but there's still the ultimate on the side of Slappy Joe, so great pickup for him. Oh, the stun, the very, very edge of it. There was even a Mia ping coming out because that just barely got it. And so we got yet another all-in. Like I was saying, they're going to start fighting once they start getting their items. And Seraph, though, I mean, he's Riven. He's got that ultra rapid fire cooldowns. And so it's going to be hard for Price to compete until he starts getting those chunky 1k damage attacks. But yeah, I mean, despite being down 0-2 in similar items, it is Cyril that is making this matchup go in his favor. Well, Bam, he's just gonna get sniped down. They might have been able to get the Cloud, but, I mean, so what? Kinda just gonna get destroyed right there. Zac passive is gonna buy them a bit of time, but Slappy Joe actually is gonna just fall, so we do see a victory on the side of the red team. And the gold lead does go down a little bit, so signs of life from them. It's not the end of the world though for Vancouver. I mean, they got the Cloud Drake, which is huge on Pike. Huge on Ezreal, he can clear waves even faster. You got the Yuumi ult, that one's huge, so definitely something good came out of that, even if they lost the fight afterwards pretty hard. On the other hand, it looks like the red team is considering going for this Herald, but with how low the set is, I don't know if that's the best idea, because once you give Pike one kill, I mean, there goes the rest of your team. And so yeah, big mistake from Fear Nobody to call that Herald play when he was in no position to really heal up, and a really nice capitalization from Vancouver to get 3 kills and the Herald. Ooh, Slappy Joe, though. He smells himself some misfortunes. And there you go. He got his fortune. I think the fortune told him that he's gonna win this game. But, you know. Sometimes those fortune cookies can lie to you. So you never know. Zero, he's looking for that engage on though, and Emperor, he's gonna try zoning off Price, but that is a tanky Zac, so there might actually be some potential play for Price, but he isn't able to get anything. He immediately gets blown up once the cooldowns are back, and here comes the Riven. Gonna get himself even more of a play, and can we say a comeback? Bam, you know, he's got that Yuumi, so he can stall these guys as much as he likes. That said though, if they feel like it, they could try attempting a Baron even with their low health bars. But instead, they decide it's a little bit too risky not to make that sort of play yet. Or wait, they actually might be. No. Emperor's going off, so not much gain from that aside from the gold of the kills themselves. But either way, nice goal to have. I mean, the gold lead is 4K, which 20 minutes in is not that big. And Price might have the Triforce, but very soon we're going to be seeing a Death Dance on the side of Sero, so it's going to be even harder for Price to outplay this matchup when he's already been losing. And Set, like I was talking about, he's just going to go that full tank. He's got that Cinder Hulk, he's got soon a Deadman's Plate, most likely. While Slappy Joe, he might be getting all these nice little early kills, but if they're not winning the actual team fights at this point in the stage, where they should be much stronger than Greater Vancouver, then what is he going to really do in the late game when everyone has all of their defenses, everyone has, you know, ways to just instantly pop this Pike. And so Emperor, he might have bitten off more than he can chew, but he still has the counter break, so Ezreal and the Yuumi, they're not going to do much more with that. While Price, it's going to be the attempt yet again for Sloppy Joe to get some more nice little kills, but a bit of an early ult, and so there actually might be a chance for Cyril to play it around, and he does. The Ultra Rapid Fire champion is able to make the outplay. While the Dragon was attempted from the side of the red team, for the blue team, but it looks like this could still very well be a 50-50. It's a 3v4 so far, but if they stall this long enough, I mean, yeah, Camille is just going to TP in, and they already see an engage from Steven. And this Ezreal is just doing so much damage. He's got his mana meme, he's got a Yuumi, and the Triforce. The Conqueror is stacking him up, and a bunch of kills is to be had with that. On the other hand, though, Price is going to give another kill away, so at the end of the day, it's a 3-for-1, but that Drake is most surely going to be on the side of Vancouver. And so that's going to be really nice for the Zac, but I definitely think a Mountain Drake would favor the side of Greater Van a bit more, just because they're slightly tankier overall. They have, you know, the Ribbon, who's going to have that Death Dance for defenses, Set, who's going full tank, Echo, who can buy many defenses like the Zanya's, but he's obviously not going for that. And so, and in general, just like the team comps as a whole, a lot of burst damage on the side of Vancouver. You know, you have the Ezreal Qs to poke, which is going to be nicely negated by the Mountain. You have Camille's engages, which are going to be negated by a Mountain. Well, you know, we've seen this before. And the edge of the X is going to still connect. Why does the directed camera even show that happening every time? I mean, we know it's going to happen every time Rakonda's alive again. Can we get a 200 years? On the top hand of that execution, though, that is a free Baron, potentially. I mean, Emperor does have TP, but he doesn't really have many places to TP to. He can't go to the pit, he can't set up his W in time. And so, what can I really do? And Fear Nobody, he's going to get locked down before he can even get to the Baron. While Cero, I mean, you can't 1v5 that one. You got a fully Baroned up team. The gold lead is approximately 1k. And there were a bit of hiccups along the way, but this game is probably looking to be over soon. There's definitely a big damage difference coming from these 80 carries. It's really hard for Misfortune to get in range, obviously since he's been getting executed all the time. But in general, I mean, you have a Camille diving you down, you have Zac jumping in, you got Pike, obviously, just gonna run in through stealth. So what can Rakonda really do when he doesn't have much of his own self-heal? That said, though, the Yuumi gonna get instantly popped by that mage. That is Echo. And he's still doing some serviceable damage to this That is a very, very strong True Shot barrage. On the other hand, though, we might be seeing... Okay, the camera's just jumping over. I can't even pay attention to the match anymore. The completed GA is going to be negated, so... You know? This might actually be a good fight for the side of Greater Vancouver. And Ember, you know, he's not done. He can easily pop this Ezreal if he can with the flash, and so a bit of a bad fight for the side of Vancouver. They still have Barons, so they can still make a push happen once their death timers are back. But I mean, yeah. Or actually, hold on, did they all die? No, okay, they have one Baron still. So at least they were able to keep one lane buffed up by the Barons, but I mean, it's kind of hard to have enough damage to combat this side of Greater Vancouver. They have the engage, but they don't really have the tools to burst someone down unless it's a squishy. I mean, you have the Chrono Break on the Echo, you have the shield on Cero. They are going to chase down this Echo though, so Emperor most likely is going to be meeting his demise. He's been having a great game and one of the few life signs on the side of Greater Vancouver, but right now it's just not enough. It's just not enough.
Time to find a new friend.
So not much is on the side of the map yet, so ideally they would just wait for when the mountain spawns and start playing around there. There's a lot of red side vision around the Drake, but not on the Drake itself. And so, what can they really do to stop that when they're starting to get more of these towers? They might be in a bit of a bad spot though, because they had no vision of where that side is. The True Shot Barrage is only going to clear the wave. On the other hand, 2 towers are going to start falling now, so it's still a 10k gold lead, but I mean, we saw that fight go in the favor of Greater Vancouver, so again, yeah, the gold lead's not really that big when this Pyke isn't really scaling. Look at him, I mean, he's 19 and 5, he's almost full build, and he's basically just tickling this one item set, or 2 items if you will. And while Emperor, he's going to get some nice damage off, but it's not quite enough to stop anyone, so they are able to find the fight at the end of the day, which means they can choose to either rotate to this dragon or clear the wave and just take an inhib. And it seems like the inhib that's going to lead play, as the wave is not too far off, so yeah. And Steven, obviously, is just going to start up that Drake, probably can do it on his own. Good coordination from Van so far to not overextend too much. They had a few of those, but ultimately they've been able to keep this in their lead consistently. Otherwise. That said though, this ain't pro play. You can still throw. Have you ever seen my solo queue teammates, man? Oh man. Flashbacks. The only realistic way they can really stop this lead from ending to a game over, though, is if they stop the Mountain Soul, because they've already having trouble popping the Zac. He is starting to get quite tanky, and he's stacking even more MR now, so soon enough, even the Echo won't be able to do much until he gets his Void Staff. And there are pretty good ways to pop the shield from Mountain Soul. The Zac Solar Blue. That's pretty funny. There are ways they can pop these Mountain Soul, since they are a pretty DPS heavy team overall. Baron is spawning very soon. While we have an engage from Slappy Joe, he has his full items. He's got that Titanic. He's gonna start hurting people. So the call is being made to go top lane despite the inner tower of bots still going there. They are able to get this wave pushing up to the tower. And there is pretty decent wave clear on the side of Greater Van, at least without the Baron to power up, but they really need to start making it to this Baron pit if they want to have a chance in this game, because I really don't see them making another miracle comeback in a team fight like they did previously, when they have so much more now. They have all these towers down, they can easily just push all 3 waves at once, especially when they just pull in Fear Nobody to just instantly get bought up. But the bullet time is huge, it's going to do so much. It's still going to go on the side of Vancouver, while the TP from Jero might just be to his death. The flash stun into a bunch of damage, and Slappy Joe, he has to find his way to make his back, but I mean, that's Riven we're talking about. This is the Ultra Rapid Fire champion. They are waiting to come back in, but look at the mana bar from Slappy Joe. He doesn't have much left. He's gonna soon just be resorting to autos. They are still able to clean up a few, though. So, I suppose whatever I say, the opposite's going to happen, because, I mean, they were able to, at the very least, get a few of those Barons off. It's still such a horrible situation to be in. They're just delaying this death timer as well, such that when the dragon spawns, there isn't much timing for him to do much. Were they actually? That'd be cool, actually, if they were actually just trying to stall the death timer so that when dragon spawns, Riven won't be in a position to help it. But I think they were just trolling there, honestly. I mean, it's not like a league match, it's just a all-star thing. Slappy Joe, though, he's hungering for some more. And he actually might just be biting more than he could chew. He's not taking that much damage, surprisingly. But he's still going to fall, as long as it took. And so they are able to get 2 return kills on the other hand, and Emperor is going to get that 1k true damage pop from the Camille. And that surely should be the game now. I mean, 3 of them are down, they've got bases pushing in, they got the Baron. It was a really scrappy one, but yeah, pretty dominant otherwise. That's, okay, never mind. Never mind. Riven's a nice champion, let's say that. And the death timer, I mean, it's 20 seconds on the Echo. Misfortune is back up. He's just gonna immediately witness Birder getting destroyed. Rakonda is gonna try to surrender. Please stop showing me. I don't want to see the other side of the map. Direct to camera, thank you very much. Direct to camera be like, I understand that there's a huge game-deciding fight going on right now, but you know that Pyke just respawned. I think I need to show you guys that. That is a huge thing. What killed Rakonda? What? Did he, like, burn to death from the air? I know the Thornmail was doing damage to him, but, like, what else? Was it just Sunfire? Was the Sunfire going off after his passive got procced? What? I'm confused. And so, I mean, even though Riven was able to keep them in the game, can they really make much of a comeback when they have so much of an advantage just otherwise? Slappy Joe, though, he actually might just be biting more than he could chew. He was able to get Birder. Okay, never mind. He makes it out fine. And, you know, he's playing Pyke with Yuumi, so he can just heal back to full. That's nice. Zac is in base, so if they want to try for this Drake, it would be right now, because I don't see them securing this when he comes. They are still going to engage this fight. I mean, that is a really fed Ezreal, if you will. And Sarah isn't able to catch Sloppy Joe at all, which means they can just push down bot lane and win the game from here on. It was really just a Riven that was giving them so much problems ending the game. So kudos to him having a great game. But yeah, that will be all she wrote. Unless, please don't just throw again. I mean, you guys have done it so many times. I want to just, man. Okay, they are going to end. Finally, I do not want to keep jinxing this. They're going for that extra kill because why the heck not? And they're just gonna keep autoing the Nexus. And yeah, there you go. Game 1. A very sloppy one, but it's an all-star event. Not surprised. So yeah, I want to see the damage graphs, because I know that the Riven was doing quite a lot of work. Actually, wow, yeah, the Echo was popping people left and right, so I'm not too surprised to see that. I did see Ezreal doing a bunch of poke damage, so it's a little bit surprising to not seeing a little bit higher. But all in all, you know, they were fighting a lot, so to see everyone have high damage graphs is not too surprising. But anyways, that's likely going to be it for a little bit. We're going to have a break, and once we're back, we're going to have game 2.
a few things right.
We're back. Bit of a longer break than I expected, but everyone, they had to get their hand warmers maybe. Actually, it's a pretty hot day, isn't it? It was raining earlier, I know that, but I mean, still. They're getting their hand warmers regardless. They're getting, their bathroom breaks. Maybe they gotta warm up their hot pockets and all that. I mean, what else are you gonna do during this time? Is that we got especially a bunch of target banning on. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind, actually, because most of these players weren't from the last game, so they banned the Echo and the Yuumi. Despite the fact that most of the people on the opposing team are not on that side. And so with an entirely fresh new slate, it's interesting to see what each team prioritizes in bans, you know? We got the Zoe out, which makes sense. The Graves, which also makes sense. The Lee Sin, which also makes sense. And then the other two, yeah, they're really annoying, but still. I suppose maybe they still know that someone could potentially take out that Echo, and we might get a case like last game where that Echo was such a huge contributor to it being such a long game. And obviously you gotta get rid of the 200 years champ in the Aphelios. And the first pick, Gangplank, will be the play. I mean, nothing too surprising because GP is incredibly versatile. He doesn't have too many losing matchups. He has a safe early game. He can scale well into the late game if you have really good barrel placement and ultimate usage. It's hard for him to get easily ganked, even if he's pushing up. And so they immediately go for the Aatrox pick, also a very safe first pick. Part of what makes Aatrox so popular isn't even because he's a super top tier solo queue or in general champion. It's just that most of his bad matchups aren't very popular outside of solo queue. And so Aatrox can get a lot of leeway and just not get counters picked. And so I am getting confirmed that they are switching sides. So Vancouver is on the right side, while on the left side it is the Greater Vancouver. It's also going to be the Zac again for Vancouver. I mean, they used it to win last game, but was it the same Zac? I don't remember, actually. I'm feeling it's not. But, I mean, Zac, you can play a bunch of characters. He's not really that crazily hard, so. What we're seeing on the other side, though, we have Gangplank and Azir, which... Oh, let's go! Oh, let's freaking go! Oh, they've locked in the Corki. You know what that means? It's time for the Corki Azir, boys! This is my favorite matchup, just because it's funny. It's not even interesting or cool, but it's funny. Oh, man. I popped up way too hard for that. As I was saying, though, for Vancouver's side, it's a pretty scaling team. Or sorry, not Vancouver. Greater Vancouver side. It's pretty scale heavy, which is not that different from the previous one. It's just even more scale heavy than it was game 1. Because, I mean, Gangplank is nasty late game. Azir is like the poster child of a late game champion. Where on the other side, we do have pretty good scaling as well. Aatrox, not the most amazing late game, but he can still make it work under the right conditions. Corki, obviously a very strong DPS champion who's really good into the late game because he does that DPS magic damage, and because magic damage is just harder to itemize against. So when you can abuse it as hard as Corki can, it's really, really bad. And so for other bans, we got the Thresh, we got the Jhin out of the way, which kind of hints me towards they're probably thinking of a scaling bot lane as well. And they lock in the Vayne so that they have a kind of just prevent that from just, you know, being a scale fest. And there isn't that much dive potential on the side of Greater Vancouver just yet. I mean, they have Lucian, who basically is just the early game Vayne. But Azir isn't a super dive heavy champion. You can definitely peel him away. Jarvan, you can also peel him away. He has a very predictable entry path that can go in. Gangplank, yeah, his barrels can hurt, but Vayne can definitely tumble away. Corki can use his W to get away. And so it looks like the answer is going to be the Varus, just to punish Vayne from trying to make any sort of proactive play and get an advantage. I have a feeling it's also probably going to be Lethality Varus, because even if he's not doing damage to Zac, he'll be doing damage to everyone else, as Azir is going to be more than enough to shred this Zac. And besides, in general, lethality Varus is a lot more popular than on hit currently. And so Karma is going to be the next lock-in. Morgana can do fine into Karma. So overall, I don't really change my sentiments on this bot lane. I do think Varus, if he can play this right, he's still going to have a good chance of winning this one. And I think I've casted an X-Trinity game before, and he was playing Aatrox, which is pretty hype because that's my champion. That's my favorite champion. But yeah, we're gonna quickly go to a break because there isn't too much to say about this draft. I mean, in terms of pacing and tempo, it's pretty similar to the previous one. We have a lot of scaling on both sides, and good engage on the side of Vancouver, while on the opposites... Oh, hold up. Something happened. Here comes the vase part. Yeah!
to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Soldiers, onward!
Yeah, I apologize for that. Not being kind of annoying, to say that. But either way, not too much happened in this game so far. Only thing really is Aatrox's blast shot later on in an early game in the red side. But other than that, not much. I'm gonna quickly. The game is gonna quickly freeze for a second because I have to update the scores. Okay, everything should be good now. There shouldn't be any more hiccups. That took forever, man. But we're back here playing this video game yet again.
My mic is not here. There we go. Okay, yeah. Things are finally back to normal. We're playing League of Legends. Aatrox is getting pushed in early game. And we got Corky's here. So yeah, exactly. Everything back to normal. So far, Trinity kind of having a rough time though. He has a big wave, so the CS difference doesn't matter until that wave dies. But still, I mean, we could very easily see a potential dive from the Jarvan with the GP. I'm not saying it will happen, but the potential is always there. And it seems like the Karma is actually doing a great job pushing away this Varus from hitting any potentially deadly arrows onto the Vayne. But like I said previously, there isn't going to be that much action this game. In the very, very early stages of last game, there wasn't even that much action for a mid to high elo competitive game. They needed their time to scale up, get their items before they could start making something work. Well, on the other hand, we actually have an all-in, kind of a misstep from Hoodie. Could very well lose this one, but the Barrow might change this one around. Yes, it does. Flashes away from the E reset auto from X-Trinity, which wouldn't have killed anyways. But a good turnaround, despite being down a level. You like that, by the way? You kind of like how that the scaling champion just beat that early game champion in a 1v1? I do think Trinity could have played it better, but still, I mean... Well, this champion's damage is kind of not that amazing, honestly. This, especially since this is where Aatrox should be excelling. This is where he should at least be winning, which is not the case at all. I'd say around when Cleaver starts rolling around for Aatrox, he can have a chance to still win the 1v1 even if he is behind. But that only really happens if he's able to play around the barrels properly, which very well might not happen. And so, yep, just gonna keep tracking that grasp Q over and over again. There's a reason why so many people hate fighting this champion. This is the cannon though, just barely. And yep, just gonna freeze that wave, and after Jarvan takes his blue, I think he should definitely come top lane. It's when he started slow pushing that wave. It could very well set up this very free gank. But instead he's opting to go for a red buff instead. Drake was already taken for the gangplank. And so they can easily punish even harder this Aatrox. The wave is now pushing to the tower, so that kind of possibility is a little bit gone. And so they are looking for instead, just get a bit of vision. Make sure GP doesn't have any issues when he's scaling. And everything will be good. It's also Comet Varus, which confirms my suspicion that it's not going to be on-hit Varus. Which definitely makes sense. You want to start bullying the early game Vayne as hard as you possibly can. Well, on the mid lane, we have a bit of a stalemate lane going on right now. That big CS difference, I mean, he had a whole wave to clear out, so if his ear can get that, then so what? Oh wait, no, I'm actually just baiting myself. There is no CS difference at all. I was just looking at the wrong thing. But we got an early game gank going on right now. The second JJ decided to overstep even further, perfect capitalization for Stole Your Wife. It was kind of weird to see how a Varus Morgana would get so hard pushed out by just the Karma. And as a result, they are able to punish that. And now X Trinity, he's going to find himself a nice and juicy gangplank. There is no flash on the hand of Hoodie. He's still almost going to outplay 2v1, but that's exactly what Aatrox kind of needed. He doesn't even have enough for his Warhammer. He had to get that Gindo gem for the CDR. But now that he's gotten that, he is completely back into this. That wave is going to completely be nullified when he has no TP. He used it to get back in lane previously. And so yeah, everything's just gonna... Oh, hold up. They found themselves an Aatrox, but that's the Drain Tank you're fighting, and he's gonna eat the whole Dark Blade combo, but he still might win the auto fight. But a nice flash last second, and X Trinity is able to bring this one back even more. So nicely done there by Aatrox to bring himself back into the game. He might lose this one wave, but it's a smaller wave than what the Gangplank lost earlier. And on top of that, he got that blade, so... In terms of item difference for them, it's mainly just not really much at all, honestly. But it's still nice to see that at least the Aatrox is not falling behind. They are able to find themselves a Gangplank, though, so that's gonna push the Aatrox to potentially get even further ahead, while the Azir wants some action to happen. Apollo might have his passive, but that thing is going to get popped very soon if he isn't careful. And so they are trying to turn this one around. There is no Cataclysm on the side of the Jarvan, while Chimichanga is going to go out. But the Sand Soldiers with the flash autos will get them the passive to roll out. But here comes the World Ender himself. He's going to find himself some juicy kills for his Corki. What's with Vancouver playing Zac jungle? That's actually a good question, because this is not the same Zac as the last game. They just really like Zac, I guess. They would play the champion that's green. And that's also actually going to convert, the previous fight will convert into an early Herald. And they're most definitely going to be sending that mid. I don't see why they wouldn't. And Aatrox might have to push, they might have to catch the wave, but this should be still in the bag. And yes, it is. I called it. You can hear the Rift Herald thing, even if the text didn't show up. And so, if I was Zac right now, I would just shove mid. You'd basically get a kill worth of XP. But instead, he's gonna try looking for this counter gank on the side. There is a TP from X-Trinity, which is gonna mean a lot, but X-Trinity immediately gets blown up because there was no coordination on the side of the opposing bot lane. They won't get a stun onto SB thanks to the Condemn, but they're gonna turn it around immediately from the side of TR, and just a massive throw from this. But here comes the Corki. He might turn something around. He does get one, but I mean, it was their fight to win. So yeah, they are able to still send this Rift Hero bot lane. But it definitely could have been a little bit cleaner than that, in my opinion. You gave, because look at the, I mean, just look at the mid lane. They've lost 2 plates for that and tons of waves. The CS difference is still real, but like, now the Vayne is falling far behind because the Corki is taking it, and Saren is just barely going to make it out with his life. And while the Azir is just barely going to make it out despite what seemed like an overextension from him. And there you go. 1,000 gold lead despite the Herald going to the way of Vancouver. Corki though, I mean, he finished his Mana Moon, so he is definitely in a position to start doing some real damage. He's already kind of hurting people because he is an auto attack based champion, and that's what auto attack based champions do early game. Early CD carries. But it's going to be especially deadly now that he's gotten that Mana Moon. You know, Siren, he's just saying hello to 4 feet, you know, just asking him very nicely, can I please clear out this ward? Thank you. That said, though, Triforce already completed for the Aatrox, or not Aatrox, sorry, for the Gangplank. And even though he was able to make some nice plays for his team, he's still down 20 CS because of it. And so there's basically no realistic way he can fight Hoodie unless Hoodie misplays greatly. But on the other hand of the map, we've got J7 getting himself a kill, and Apollo might be able to get himself some retaliation kills for the Vayne. Yes, it will be a double for the Vayne, which is really huge to get. And now the Aatrox, there's no way he's gonna win this. Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate the attempt, but that matchup can really just spiral out of control when you're behind his Aatrox. And that means that actually could just be tower for the top side. Nobody is coming to respond. Yeah, that thing is dead. So many minions on that side, it's just gonna instantly melt it. And so now Chimichanga Kid, he's looking for a conflict with the Corki Azir. No more of this truce lane. No more of these memes. We're gonna start actually killing each other, which is very unlike what you see from the Corki Azir. And he's actually 6-0, so I actually think that despite the top lane difference going on with Gangplank so far ahead, there's definitely a huge advantage in terms of the Corki scaling, the double for the Vayne, getting her already a Blade of the Rune King. And so, yeah, definitely a great spot to be in when you are this team that have these two hyper carries. And at this point, the Aatrox is very likely not going to be much of a damage threat, so if you were to go tank in this situation after his two main items, say like a Steris Gauge into something tanky like, I don't know, an Adaptive Helm, Spear of Visage, or just any armor item really, then it can be very difficult for the side of Greater Vancouver to do something without instantly getting blown up by this Corki and Vayne. It's also been confirmed that it's going to be a ocean map, which is very nice for Aatrox as well if he wants to continue drain tanking for his team. Can very nicely use that Ocean Soul to combine with the damage dot gained from Distance's passive, which basically means he can heal pretty much any damage he does, granted he doesn't fight some big thing. And on the other hand, the mid lane is just completely destroyed. And on the other hand, JJ has found himself a Varus and most likely... Oh wait, hold up. Okay, no, there's no way they're going to turn this around. Is it? Yeah. Here comes the Corki too, coming in to say hi. You might be a fed Gangplank, but, you know, bot lane won, so that's all that matters really. And it's a 3-for-1. There's very likely the end of the game. I mean, the gold lead might not say it, but this game is incredibly in the favor of Vancouver now. And they're gonna back off. They're gonna get a huge buy. And we're talking about Lethality Varus, who is behind. He's not behind by that much, but he's behind nevertheless, in a time where he should be far ahead. And his Qs are still going to hit if they hit a target that is not by a Karma. But even then, Karma has got the Athenes, she's getting more AP, and so that shield from the Karma is going to nullify a lot of the potential poke from the Varus. And when you have no Varus to fall on poke, how do you really win this game? I mean, Gangplank can block some of these engages with his ultimate and can zone people off with his barrels. But besides that, I mean, it's really hard for Azir to really find the perfect engage. Jarvan isn't going to scale anymore. He has been unable to do anything at this point. He's trying to go tank, but with that cleaver, he's really not going to be very tanky. And I mean, most of his team is going to be doing a lot of magic damage. When you have Varus's hybrid passives, you have the Morgana, you have the Azir, who is definitely going to be the biggest DPS carry here aside from GP. And so the cleaver is not really going to do a whole lot aside for maybe the GP and maybe for one Varus Q to poke someone out. And that's a Drake that's easily going to go in the favor for that Aatrox. And if they get all 3 oceans, that's huge, because you get even more regeneration on top of the already soul you get. And on the other hand, Steal Your Wife, his life might just get stolen on the other side of the map, and Chimichanga is able to make it out alive from the onslaught that was Lethality Varus. And here comes a re-engage for the Zac. It's going to give yet another free kill for JJ. JJ, though, eating a huge Dark Binding into a barrel, is going to lose his life. And so this GP, you know, I was doubting it for a little bit, but oh boy, does he still hurt. Xtrinity, though, his turn to get himself a bit of gold himself. And at the end of the day, it's a 3-for-3. And a 4-for-3. Wow. So they are able to make the play happen. And with how many kills the Gangplank got, he's definitely in a position where he can be the carry now. And at this point, the cleaver actually does matter, because at first Azir was going to be doing a lot of this damage, but when he got that double, he's just going to pop people left and right like that. And so yeah, the fate of this game really for the side of Greater Vancouver is gonna fall on whether or not Gangplank can stall long enough for Azir to scale and Varus to potentially get some nice Qs going for a good engage. Because Gangplank is a good champion when it comes to clearing those waves if you are behind. So if there's one champion that you want to be ahead, it would probably actually be him, because he is able to help his team out so much defensively when they're playing the back feet. He instantly clears waves. He can even do it without, or with the super Baron buff, whatever. Even with the Baron buff minions, he can clear them out just fine. If he pops just anyone that's caught out of position, they're just instantly dead. So yeah, a ton of supplies granted by the Gangplank means that this game, it's in a gold favor for Greater Vancouver. And that's perfect. They're in a great spot now. And when you give Gangplank that many kills, the question now comes, how do you get into range as Vayne without being near a barrow? Because so far, Hoodie's been really good with his barrows. It can be very tough to land one against a well-coordinated team, but he's been doing a great job so far, finding very meaningful barrels. And just looking at the health bar from Karma after that Lethality Varus fully charged Q, that basically did nothing. That shield is so thick that it just completely gets nullified by the Varus. And so, at this point of the match now, we're kind of hitting the, what Korean League of Legends would consider the LoL state. Where, while people keep trying to get their power spikes and keep farming, it's just going to be people clearing waves, clearing camps, and not much happening. But very slowly, once those objectives start spawning again, specifically the dragon, we can start seeing some action again. And you can see that's exactly what they were thinking of for Greater Vancouver. There is still a lot of vision to be cleared, so they definitely need to start doing that soon, but no, they're just designed to continue pressuring mid, as there are still 30 seconds until that dragon spawns, but giving up dragon control like this does mean that while it's going to be very hard for them to contest it. Okay, actually, hold up. They're giving up the vision. Okay, Zac is going in to potentially clear some now. There we go. Okay, so as I was saying, it's going to be harder for the side of Greater Vancouver to take control of the big dragon, but on the other hand, they have a perfect setup to trade the singular dragon for a Baron. And so most of this gold, how this teamfight really is going to boil down to is whether or not the Gangplank can be a factor, since he's the most fed here. But they're actually going to dive onto Hoodie, who does take half of the health of Chimichanga, and a well-placed Chain of Corruptions will stop the onslaught onto the Gangplank. But on the other hand, it's going to be stolen by Xtrinity. Xtrinity steals the dragon away, while on the other hand, Vayne is able to take down SB with the help of Corki, and Story Wife is still going to make it out just fine. So on the other hand, it is just a 1-for-0, and that is definitely a win if you are on the side of Vancouver. With only one dragon away from this soul, Ooh, okay. Chimichanga just gonna instantly pop. Instantly pop the Azir. But I was saying, with Chimichanga, and you have the JJ, you have this front line for them with the Aatrox, with the Zac, who is getting a bunch of armor now to combat this Gangplank. It's going to be hard for them to really make much of an impact until Azir gets maybe 1 or 2 more items. And he has those levels to play with on top of it. Because you can see there's some armor stacking coming from the side of Zac now, which is perfect at this stage of the game because Azir is not really going to be doing that much meaningful damage. Varus is still Lethality Varus, and Morgana only has 1 AP item. 2 if you count the support item. And that is a Flash Chain of Corruptions traded for QSS. Definitely not worth if you're the Varus. Because now he's flashless for the next fight, and it's a longer cooldown than the QSS. And so, kind of sloppy from J. How do you say his name? I would say J7. Kind of sloppy from J7 to go for that. He definitely could have known that there's a QSS on the side of the Vayne, and good reaction time from JJ also to immediately QSS so that he doesn't get instantly popped. And once again, it's the LoL state. And this time it might actually be a lot longer unless they plan on playing for this Baron. But when it comes to this sort of scaling situation, you're giving Azir more time. And Azir, he's behind by a decent amount. An entire item, mind you. And oh my goodness. He actually almost just dies. SB is just gonna have to fight out of this, while Apollo, he wants to continue something. These rockets are just destroying everyone, while on the other hand, JJ, he's able to get a 1-for-1, but a little bit far ahead as his team was trying to stop Hoodie from making anything happen. And here comes the Aatrox with the World Ender. It's gonna end the world of Hoodie, and Chimichanga is just gonna get a free 2v1 win. Oh man, this Corki is just so fed. And there you go, Baron. And when you, even though you have great ways to clear waves with the Azir, with the Gangplank, and even the Morgana and Varus, is it really gonna matter when Chimichanga has been hitting so many crucial rockets that's been winning them so many fights now? Just in general, the Chimichanga and Saren are doing such a good job at protecting their team with poke and finding themselves openings with said poke. And now the point is, like, what are you gonna do if you're on the side of Greater Vancouver? I mean, Azir is still far from his item spikes. He did get the death cap, but like, he's had that for a while Corki is already on his way to his 4th item. And then you have like Varus, who is not only like behind in gold, but he's Lethality Varus late game, by the way, against a team with a shield and an ocean. And so like, what can they really do? That said though, they're not really pushing that many waves. Like I said, it is hard to push waves against a team with as much wave clear as the Azir GP Varus. And so they are opting just to use their Baron to gain control of this Dragon Soul. And when they get this Dragon Soul, it's going to be very, very hard for the side of Greater Vancouver to make this back. And there it is. And Ocean Soul to claim basically means they can just dive this if they want, and that's exactly what they're planning on doing. You might be able to try for that Shurima Shuffle, but you're just going to heal back to full after this fight's over, so Lethality Varus was able to get a nice Q onto the Corki, but that's all your damage, buddy. And so, yeah, just a free team fight for Vancouver, and there you go. Once that wave starts crashing back in, I don't really see how they can make it back. If anything, they just push for the win now because they have the ocean. They are getting that health back very, very quickly. And so at this point, they can just focus the towers or for this gangplank, and that's it. That's the game. There's nothing they can really do. Oh, they back. So they decide to back it out. They don't want to make the same mistakes they did game 1, which is understandable. But at the same time, I do definitely believe that was the game-winning push right there. Because there was no way they could have really won the team fight on the side of Greater Vancouver. And even without the Baron buff to enable the minions, it's going to be hard. Either way, though, I mean, it's another game where the gold lead doesn't really say much. You might look at it and think like only 7,000 gold, but with the Ocean Soul, that's basically over 10,000 gold of a difference because the soul just gives that much in innate tankiness. And it's at the point where if they ever get chunked out by the Gangplank or the Varus, they have to immediately engage from Greater Vancouver, because otherwise they can just easily heal back to full with that Ocean Soul. He's not even hitting his that many arrows too. Like, he's been missing quite a few, honestly. He's able to hit one, but it's at the cost of potentially losing his life to this tank, Zac. And yeah, that's exactly how it feels to play Varus from behind. At this point, though, even still, the only way they can really do this is, one, they hit a big, chunky rocket like that, or B, if Zac goes for a tower dive. They are still able to overcome this, though, because Corki is getting very, very nice rockets. And so that's going to be a second inhibitor falling. And what this means is, like, by the time Baron spawns, those inhibs will still be down. And it's already coming in less than a minute, so with this reset, they can just easily get that Baron, and there's the chances of winning now are literally 0. Or maybe I should say 1%, because every time I say there's no way for them to win, they somehow manage to win a team fight out of nowhere. And so they decide to go for one last rotate, and I like this from the side of Greater Vancouver. They know that they are all backing, and so this gives them time to put their own vision down and potentially prevent any Baron stopping. At the very least, buy them time as they have to clear out the vision. They were only able to get one ward in time. They definitely could have added more, but they didn't really know how long ago they backed, so I respect at least just going for the safer play. Wait, there goes all their vision, so on the other hand, though, Gangplank does have his TP, and he is making some work out of his split pushing. He's able to, at the very least, get one Drake, but look at that Baron, it's just going down immediately, and with the early Gangplank ultimate, it's going to be kind of hard for them to do much with it otherwise. That was actually really close from being stolen by the ultimate, never mind, but the steal attempt from Jarvan was unsuccessful, and so at this point of the game, all you really have to do is A, not back, B, push the wave. But it seems like Externity, he does have the teleport if he doesn't need to help his team, but he is just going to resort to protecting his base when in reality they can just, you know, win the 5v4, which they're going to do anyways in the 4v4 because they're just that ahead. And there you go. Another convincing win for Vancouver. And much more convincing, mind you. I feel like there was much more opportunities for the side of Greater Vancouver to make a comeback. Despite being only a minute longer, the mid to late game was just so in favor of Vancouver this time. And despite what the Gangplank could do, I mean, you could see the damage graphs. He was absolutely popping off. Despite what he could do, just was not enough. The Azir could not do anything. He couldn't get any of his items in time. He was consistently getting poked out along with the Morgana. And so, all in all, just kind of a textbook victory, save for a bit of the early game where the Gangplank was a pretty big factor. And so we're going to be hitting another break. It's going to be about 10 minutes. And it's potentially less, but we'll see you guys till then. Hey, 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 after just a little while, we're finally back with Game 3. And so for Vancouver, who is on the right side this game, same as last game, they are in the lead. 2-0, exactly. They've been doing a great job so far. Well, it seems like no matter who they put in, Greater Vancouver, they always like playing for the scaling picks. They always try to want to make themselves away for the late game a little bit. Same with Vancouver, actually. Both these guys, both these teams, they're not really that confident in playing for the super early game, especially since we're at this sort of level where making mistakes is less likely than usual. And so it kind of makes sense why they would go for these scaling picks, because, I mean, you have to put in so much more work if you want to make a non-scaling pick work. But on the other hand, it does mean that at the end of the day, well, all that matters is the mid to late game. It seems like we're giving Cyril's that gangplank that he's been doing excellent work with yet again, which is nice to see. And this time it's going to be the Vladimir. We did see the Vladimir get banned out. I think it was game 1. And I'm assuming it was for price, since he was also playing game 1 for top lane. And the one game they don't let the 200-year champion go in the banning phase, immediately locked in. Well, dang. The thing about GP and Vladimir is it's kind of a scaling lane. There isn't that much action to be had. If Gangplank hits a good barrow, even then, I mean, Vladimir has phase rush and an okay amount of sustain. So it can easily just be a farm fest at that point. And I feel like Vladimir is a little bit more easy to execute, even if Seralch did a great job of playing and pulling off this Gangplank. Oh man, Zilean on top of the Aphelios and the Vladimir is actually sounding disgusting right now. You've got these two incredible hybrid carries that also need, or one of them at the very least, needs to get close to their team, the opposing team, to do much. And when you give him a revive on top of already the fact that he's getting that pool, he's already getting the Zhonya's, it's going to be so difficult to kill this champion unless they push him really behind. And so we're seeing an early game jungler ban coming out, which is a little bit strange because when you have the Vladimir and the Aphelios, the tempo isn't always going to be super early game. Granted, Zilean does like pushing waves, but on the other hand, like, the Olaf, I feel like was never going to really come out that would really help out this team. Now we're getting the Scion ban picked out, which is... Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry, the Draven ban picked out, which makes sense. I mean, anything to bully out this Aphelios and Zilean. And so now we're going to see another ban. I would like to see a Zac ban or just some sort of scaling champion. I mean... Okay, so they go for the Nautilus. If they're banning out Nautilus, I'm assuming that's going to be Chimichanga on Zilean rather than a Zilean support, which does leave their options open. Set could easily be played support. Actually, he could be played in any role that's not AD carry. But with the Galio locked in, you still don't know if it's going to be a Zilean mid or the Galio mid. But what that doesn't mean is that Rumble, whoever he's going to have to deal with, it's going to be... I don't know. We do know that the Rumble is mid, and I'm not too sure about the matchups for Zilean or Galio, because you never really see those champions being played very often. And despite the fact that all of those early game AD carries got banned out, like the Varus, like the... Well, Varus is not super early game, but you know what I mean. Like the Varus and the Draven, they still opt for the Lucian. They're able to get one champion that can bully out this Aphelios Zillion if he plays it right with a Thresh. And then we have Graves, who is going to round out this comp a little bit, and it seems like, yet again, we have a bit of a state where the teams need to farm up before they can do anything meaningful. Oh, wait. Ooh, okay. This team is actually looking disgusting for Vancouver. On top of the fact that they can match these side lanes with... Oh, it was Hoodie who played GP, my bad. On top of the fact that Vancouver can potentially match these side lanes, they also have this Hecarim who can very, very well be strong into this gangplank, who relies on canceling out CC, which Hecarim doesn't really use that much of to gank hard. Yeah, he has a knockback, but that doesn't get negated by the oranges, and the fear is only really just an added bonus to it. And then you have the bot lane. How is Thresh going to easily hook a Hecarim if he plays it right? Sure, he might be able to flay a potential E-charge in, but then you're wasting your flay for this Galio who can potentially wave clear. At the same time, though, if you give Hoodie this GP, he's been very good with, he can also push in this Galio and make it that much harder for him to have any impact on the other side of the map. While on the other hand, GP doesn't actually have to move up to make any impact happen. He just needs to pop alt like slightly closer to there, to where he wants it to go. But either way, we'll be hitting a spectator delay, and I will see you on the other side.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
Oh shoot, I just realized this entire time I was muted. My bad. Okay, so my mic was muted this entire time, and I apologize for that, but either way, about this match so far, I'm really liking the fact that they went Lucian. Obviously, from hindsight, it's working, but just in general, these bot lanes in general have been entirely based off of just scaling picks. You know, we saw the Vayne, we saw, well, Lethality Valorous is good at all stages, pretty much. We saw the Ezreal, we're seeing the Aphelios now. These are all like scaling picks, but then when you throw in a Lucian, it shows that you want to actually win this lane for once. And that's not something we've really been seeing from the bot lane yet, and so far it's working excellently. We have 4 kills on the Lucian, already almost done this Bladed Rune King, while Aphelios far from completing his likely to be Infinity Edge. He's sitting on so much more CS, he has a level lead, like, he is in such a great spot to just solo carry this game, on top of the scaling Graves and Gangplank. And just look at that damage, he's already just melting down fam. And when you don't even have the Chrono Shift yet, it's not Chrono Shift, but the Chrono Break, whatever it's called, the Revive, then what are you going to do? And at this point of the game, okay, yeah, this is just, what is this game? Where was this Greater Vancouver from before? What is going on? Oh, wait a second, that was close. Like, every single lane is going great so far, even though it was looking bad for a moment for the top lane. He's now up 20 CS. He's got that assist, and he's halfway done his coal, so that's gonna be even more gold. He's reached this point, this Gangplank has reached this point where he can finally start hard bullying this Vladimir off the waves, because now his barrels actually do damage with that sheen. And so at this point of the game, I don't really know what they can do. Their best hope is the Vladimir scales long enough so that he can start solo winning these fights. But at the same time, look at his itemization. He is going full double armor just because he needs to survive in his lane. That's going to delay his damage so much now. Yes, it is going to build into the Hourglass. And yes, Hourglass does give a crapload of AP. They just reset the Herald. But yeah, yes, Zhonya's when it's completed gives a lot of AP. But, okay, he is able to, at the very least, pick up some AP with the Seekers and the Amplifying Tome. But the fact that he has to itemize such an early Seeker's Arm Guard to stay alive in this lane, while Gangplank's already almost done his coal, it just means that his true damage spikes are going to be so delayed. And so, like, yeah, they're going to have to do a lot of scaling and just stalling this game out if they want to have a chance. But here comes, actually, the entirety of Greater Vancouver teleporting in, or not Greater Vancouver, sorry, of Vancouver is coming in. And Sero now, kind of in an awkward spot. Is he able to turn this one around? Not quite. Well, on the other hand, we got the Vladimir going in for yet another kill, exactly what he needed if he wanted to continue. That said, though, that early Drake take, not Drake, that early Herald take grants him basically a kill and more some of Tower Gold. And, I mean, look at the top lane. Look how long that fight was. They had to expend so much just to make that play work. Yes, they were able to get 3 kills. And yes, that's very nice. But they just lost basically 2 towers and all of the plates to come with it for that play. And I expect that by the time this GP backs, he's probably very close to his Triforce. And I mean very, very close. He's not quite going to cash in for that cold gold. He does decide that it's safer to just back than give Vladimir yet another kill, which I respect. And so, yep, instantly, I called it. Trinity Force immediately. At the very least, because Protobout is such a stupidly cheap item, and because that kill he was able to get bot lane, it does mean that he is kind of close in terms of items, but even still. He is going to get this gank assist from the Heck Room. They're finally able to find something onto this gangplank and prevent him from scaling even further. And there might not be any shutdown goal to come with it since he has no kills and not that much farm. Well, not that much of a farm lead, comparatively speaking. That's still a good shutdown, nonetheless. And HCS off that cold to boot as well. Oh, here comes yet another attempt of a dive, and this time it goes. Initially it was going great, but now a good return kill is going to sterilize it. And the zoning ultimate from the heroic entrance will not only make it so they can't dive any further, but also clear the wave, so it 100% confirms that they can't dive. But, I mean, look at the gold lead at this point. You can't really say that they have the scaling advantage when Lucian is just this far ahead, and Vladimir is still at a point where you can't instantly pop him. Yeah, he is pretty strong. Yeah, he's going to hurt if he hits a whole combo. But that's a whole combo that you have to hit. While Lucian, on the other hand, he's always going to just hurt with just his basic ENQ auto, whatever. And on top of that, we have Graves, who's finished his warrior enchantment and is already looking for those lethality items. And there's yet to have much armor from the side of this Vancouver team. And so, yeah, if you get caught by that Graves, it's gonna hurt. Especially if it's something like this bot lane, who are just so far behind, and there it is. Can't even get in range for the ultimate, not like it's gonna do anything. Especially when it's on cooldown, me. It's been kind of a long day. And so, alright, next on the meal, next on the dinner plate, is gonna be this mid tower for sure. Because when they get this tower, it opens up this map so nicely, and it makes it so much harder for Galio to find these roams. And already he's been having trouble finding much of a way to make an impact elsewhere in the map. Yeah, the TP play bot lane was nice. It got them a 1-for-1 in a time where they're behind. But even still, that's all there's basically been. And so, like I was saying, their main saving grace is to hope that this Aphelios can reach a point where he does damage. Or, again, just wait for this Vladimir, who, admittedly, is doing not too bad. But, like I said, it's still going to take him till at least Death Cap to really make an impact on this game. And we're already almost 10,000 gold, so that hardly matters. I mean, Lucian already has 2 items. So, like, if he touches anyone, they're just dead. Even if it's the solo laners, who are level 11 respectively, like, if they get touched once by this Blade of Rune King Essence Revolution, I mean, well, good games. I got him. GG's. And unlike the previous game, you could say that with that one, they had much easier times clearing waves, because they had the Azir, who can farm from range. But in this game, they kind of have to get up and close if they want to clear a wave, which makes it that much harder to play from behind. And so, oh, Price, kind of in a sticky situation, but yeah, he's dead. And so a 2-for-0 for, yet again, Greater Vancouver. This could very, very well be a Game 4 coming up at this point. I mean, look at that! Look at... He's got that sort of, I can't forget... Why can't I remember the name of that item? He's got the Sanguine Blade, and he's just destroying that Aphelios, who's never had any time to rest this game. And now Emperor is likely going to... Oh, what a great hook from Fear. Able to save his teammate and prevent a potential shutdown going to that Hecarim room. Drake is on the menu next. I mean, there's not really any other position for them to stop this. There's no Galio heroic engines to be found. There's Rumble already pushing the bot lane, and then you have, you know, a dead jungler, so yeah. Already, we're getting close to a soul, and this could very well be the game soon. Sarah will lose his life, but that's pretty much the only consolation prize they've gotten so far. The only meaningful advantage they've gotten in the past 10 or so minutes. Oh, it was a good prediction by Fear, but Fam was not quite in range, and now he's in a bit of a predicament as there's not much he can do. That said, though, this Graves is super fed, so he could have potentially turned it around if he wanted to. But they decided not to. I mean, even though... Okay, now they're turning it back around. They're waiting for that good old Lucian to one-pop someone. With the TP of the Vladimir, though, this could very well be the team fight for Vancouver all out of nowhere. But the phase rush on the Graves is more than enough to keep him out. And during all this, look at this fight. Look how long this fight has been, because all of a sudden, Rip Hero's mid. And that could very easily be 2 towers right now. It's hard for this Hecarim to do anything. It's hard for this Zillion to really stop this. So he's gonna get... He won't get the tower, but another charge. I mean, that inhib tower is almost down. And when you have an inhib tower down in the mid lane 20 minutes in, what can you do? Especially when it's a 10k goal lead and you just get instantly popped like that. Oh, no way. He got stunned under tower. Oh, you can't be happy about that if you're Lucian. And without the Lucian, they are forced to back off for that one. Who got that kill again? Shoot. I didn't actually keep track of who got that kill. It was the Vladimir who got it. Okay. And he does finish his hourglass off of it. So, you know, there's still a chance. Sure, the momentum is all on the side of Greater Vancouver right now. But Vladimir almost has a death cap, and when you have a Vladimir that's fed, what more could you ask for? And so, with Drake being not up till 2 more minutes, it's going to be mostly a fight for Vision and the Baron, obviously. Truthfully, if they wanted to, they could give up that Inferno Soul and just straight bum rush that Baron down. I mean, they have a fed Lucian, they have a fed Rumble, they have fed everything that does damage. And all their damage dealers, they destroy Baron really fast. And that is unfortunate. Oh, I actually like that. Oh, they're so nice. What? Even though they're down 2-0, they're still nice enough to just let him go by instead of killing them. And so we are reaching a point where someone did DC. They're talking about it in chat, you know. There hasn't been any indication of what exactly happened yet. Whether his internet just blacked out or something else. Maybe he just gave up, you know, like go next. We have 2 more other chances. Okay, he is reconnecting. And things will be coming back to normal shortly. I won't start intermission because I'm assuming that it is going to happen. And so, when we look at this game state now, I was talking about this already, but just to reinforce it, pretty much the only way they can bring this back is that very person that just DC'd, which is the Vladimir, and he's back, so at least there's that. But the thing is, this Vladimir also doesn't have TP, whereas... Oh, it happened again. As I was saying though, Vladimir doesn't have TP, Gangplank does. And so this soul could very easily go in the way. I'm assuming this is just lag on the side of Vladimir. And so it's going to be hard for Vladimir to do anything to prevent this soul. Because if he goes to help the dragon, then well, GP has TP anyways. He has his ultimate. And so what? Okay, so it's a 5v5 and they're already down. But if he tries to stop the Gangplank, well, I mean, you can't do that. You're probably going to still lose your tower, and on the other hand, you just have to give up the free Fire Soul. So this is a really, really bad situation to be in. It's like the dreaded moment of truth. If they somehow manage to pull this off, and they at the very least take the soul away, maybe they'll have a chance, because by the time the next Drake comes in, if things go well, Vladimir will have his death cap potentially. But if they play it wrong, then that's just the game, because they are starting to get priority mid. It could very well be in their favor when this Drake spawns. It's still got a minute, so the wave's going to bounce back in time. And then they're just going to actually just start out this Baron. Instead of waiting for this Dragon, they decide, let's just start this Baron after we clear the wave. And Rumble, he might not have TP, but he is definitely in a position where he can threaten this Galio, who is too low to really do much in a potential fight. Yeah, he still has his heroic entrance, but he has to back off. They have to... You know, this actually could be really bad. Here comes the Vladimir with the flash ultimate and the perfect execution of the combo, but no death cap to be seen means no one quite pops. And with barely any life, the Thresh does live. And so... it is a 3-for-0. It was a great engage from Prince, or for Price. It was basically as well as he could play it. It's just he did not have his death cap yet, and so there was just not enough damage. And the Lucian, who did not get touched at all... Oh, hold a minute. We got Steven going in with the Chrono Break. He is able to get himself one Constellation kill, but it's just the support, and he's already, like, down on a death spree, so what? Okay, he's dead. It is Chrono Shift. I keep mixing it up with Chrono Break, which is the Echo ultimate. They're basically, they're the same name, I swear. Oh, and that's also Soul, by the way. As if things couldn't get worse, it's also Soul. Yeah, I think we're seeing it game 4. Alright, so while top lane wave might be pushing onto Greater Vancouver, the play being made is just to siege mid and use the fact that they have so much damage and the fact that they have a cannon barrage that could go on top a equalizer. There's basically no way they can really defend this. I mean, Baron Inferno. At this point, you might as well just end the suffering earlier and just let them take the base. Because what do you do here? Like, there's nothing. There's nothing you can do. That's exactly what. And Steven's going to try making a play, but he engages to his death. The heroic charge is only going to hit one, as they are able to disengaged nicely. He stole your wife. He is actually quite low and in a position to land. But look at that equalizer! Everyone just disappeared. Look at the Mias. That's from the blue team, mind you. Not even from the team that got hit by it. They're just like, dude, what is this damage? I don't even have death cap, dude. I have one item. And Saren is just contemplating, like, what happened this game. We were winning all this time, and now, like, we just got destroyed. Oh my goodness. So there you have it. There's game 3. The most dominant one yet. Only 26 minutes, and I mean, the damage graphs say it all. Even Vladimir, who was the only real hope, he still did less damage than any of the damage dealers on the opposing team. And so, yeah, not a whole lot to say about that one. All in all, I'm just really happy they played an early game AD carry for once. It is true that they were banning out many of them for pretty much the entire set, and I guess we can see why. If you give this Lucian something he can pop off on, he's going to do exactly just that. And of course, we have to give credit for Fear. He did a great job as Thresh. He's been hitting so many hooks, and in general was able to just enable his Lucian to just solo carry the game at that point. Though to say it was a solo carry is kind of unfair to the rest of the team, because Graves was just destroying the Hecarim, and while top was even-ish, the Galio really could not do anything this game. So yeah, we will be hitting a break this time now, and so we will see you for game 4. Alright, we're back. So this time it's going to be Vancouver on the blue team, and it'll be Greater Van on the red team. And so after what was pretty convincing victories from the side of Vancouver, we did see an immediate bounce back game 3, just out of nowhere. It was the Lucian and Thresh duo just completely steamrolling the bot lane and basically winning the game for their team. And yeah, we immediately see the Thresh ban because of that. Now that these guys have been playing against each other even more than before, since they are obviously in the middle of a set, we are seeing a lot more of these target bans. We've been seeing, again, that Thresh for that great game that Fear had. On the other hand, we also have the Vladimir, who's always been a constant threat that Price has been taking out. And even in the previous game that he just lost, he was the only real way to come back from that game. And sure, he might not have been able to, but the sheer fact that he's been doing great with them this entire time overall just kind of hints at the idea that they have to just get rid of it. And so they ban out just this entire bot duo that they were playing against last game, which is interesting to see because they were not even considering the Lucian prior. And so we don't really know if Embury has any other early game AD carries, since that was what enabled his team to do so well and what I want to see. On the other hand, yet another targeted ban too with the Zac, as it is Vancouver after all. They played 2 Zac games so far. So what does it mean that they won't play another? And so they lock in the Misfortune for this one, and I appreciate this pick because she does pretty well into those super early game champions like that Lucian. And so with the Misfortune, if they were to pull out a Draven, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to go against. On the other hand though, Ornn, who is one tanky beast, can definitely be difficult for Misfortune to handle once you reach the late game stage. If it's before Misfortune gets some of her armor penetration as well, then it just means that this Ornn is never going to die even through a bullet time. And now we have a Graves as well, who is going to be a great asset to this Ornn as well. We did see the previous game, it was that Graves that was also doing a great job at keeping his team ahead. He was matching farm with the Hecarim and was matching the ganks, despite the fact that he is worse at these early game stages where he could potentially get invaded, where he could potentially be behind in these ganks. And now we see Slappy Joe picking out the Pyke yet again. If you watched game 1, it would totally make sense why he would take out this Pyke. He had an amazing game with it, and while he didn't solo win it for his team, he was a huge asset for it to stay competitive, even if they had a few hiccups in the mid to late game. And now we're seeing more of these tankier champions getting banned out yet again, despite the fact that the Ornn was already locked in, who does pretty fine into other tanks. So, kind of interesting to see this one. And now we have the Rumble being banned out, which also makes sense because Sarah had an excellent game as well on it, and just in general, Rumble is an incredibly good mid laner in this current time, who can very well be flexed into the top lane as well. And so they're going to throw in a jungle pick this time to ban out. It's the Shyvana, which makes sense to limit the AP pool that the jungler could potentially go when you have that Ornn, who already is going to be incredibly tanky against this Pyke and this Misfortune. These guys don't like tanks or something. These guys are always just banning each other's tanks. Yet they're still able to get one this game with the Ornn, at least. It is true though that tanks are some of the best things to execute in a coordinated game like this. But still, I mean, come on. Also, it's a Yasuo. Let's go. It's about time someone took one out. Now, on the other hand, it's a Trundle that will be locked in, which actually is a really good counterpick into the Orin. It was a little bit concerning to see the current team comp that they were going for on the side of Vancouver, since, you know, Misfortune and Pike, they're not that good into killing tanks. But when you have a Trundle who has his ultimate and just melts the defenses of the Orin, then it's no problem. You can definitely do it, especially when you have the Silas, who can very well do some havoc. While he doesn't really have anything to steal the Yasuo ultimate and make it worth it, he has the Orin ultimate, which is huge on his ult. phase level.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned.
It's all right, Clubbums. We'll get to smashing soon.
will soon fall.
I broke my bed.
level the playing field.
It's all right.
Not so fast!
destroyed. Red team's turret.